crying happy tears because you're here. Is Karen on? Perfect. Good morning, and we'll call the October 11th council meeting to order. We've got a few people registered for the open mic, so we'll start off with Joe Bronco, please. Dean, is that mic on?
Thank you very much. I have a little bit of documents for you guys. And since I have a day here,
You've had the ability to see what pens are good, so you were able to design your own?
well, I got to pay for it myself. And I can't win any more computers since I don't go there. But again, thank you very much to council and administration for letting me talk about this issue. I think this issue is a long time awaiting, I think, from both you and me, myself. It's regarding the land that I own, or the company owns. And if you look at the diagram, we'll start at that one. The back one, the hardcore, that one, 1081894 Alberta Limited. This is the land we traded with the city way back in 2002. And the reason we're here is because there's some restrictions for me that I can't operate my business out of there without a permit. And I can't put my equipment or stockpile my gravel, my concrete that I use for crushing. And one of the reasons I've been hesitant to do this is if you look at page 1 of that, the agreement between the city of Wetaskiwin and the Bronco family was that if we were to trade that land would stay status as we traded the commercial land for this. And it shows right here, and this is why I've been hesitant to do anything, because it says there that if we were to trade land, it would need extensive filling. That was done because it was a slough. So I wouldn't trade a high quality commercial land for a slough without knowing that I couldn't do that. So this is where I fight, and it is a hill to die on. If the city were to trade, the following would be required to happen: a written agreement with the Broncos, removal of a municipal reserve designation from RM lands, from former MR lands, design and development of a drainage channels in the right-of-way, moving of the right-of-way between the airport and the proposed new Bronco lots. And on the bottom it says these would be all at the expense of the city of Wetaskiwin. The only requirements to the Bronco is to fill the lands and service the new lots. So this is what I stand by. If I am to follow a lot of your application and stuff, where do I start? Do I spend the money to design a ditch that last year, 2 years ago in this council was told water doesn't go through my land, but it does? I have to provide an assessment that my land ain't going to contaminate any surrounding lands, but my land is the lowest, and yet I have a landfill that everything drains to it, all the subdivisions, so who's going to contaminate whose land? And when this land was subdivided, the deal was, as actually there's a counselor sat here 45 years ago when I bought this, Phil Elliott.
45 years ago?
Well, that's when I bought the land. In '97, the land was traded, and the rule was that you cannot change our lifestyle because we...
25.
Was it 25? 97 is 25, it's more than that, long time. So, there's two simple solutions to this. I've been operating our business out of there since 1989. That's when Joe's Concrete or Bronco Concrete started operating. We traded the land, but we've been in that area living in that land for 45 years. And for 25 to till 2 years ago, there's never a complaint. Actually, the city at one time dropped their snow off there in the winter because it was a shortest route because we were losing areas around town. So the city dumped their snow removal there. The city came to see our land when we were crushing that gravel with Cobra and sitting on council. Nobody ever brought anything. Now, the lot beside me was sold, and that's, I guess, when everything complained from one of the residents that I have my sites there, but we're trying to clean it. If you go back to the next page, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, that's what we plan to do with our lots. We're not closing any drainage ditch. Diagram shows effectively that the ditch there that's so nice and clean was built by me at a $7,000 cost. We're filling in the slough, because on the front piece there, that is for future development, which we want to use as an RV storage area. The wife keeps bugging me about that. When I go, she has some income. And all those little blocks are concrete blocks that we will contaminate. And on the other side is where we park our trailers and our lumber and my trucks. So to say that I'm not allowed, the letter I got, stop order, and that I can't park my equipment, unload my gravel piles, stockpiles, concrete, topsoil, it's kind of idiotic, I think, because why would I buy a piece of land that I can't put my equipment or my lumber on or trade with the city? So it is direct control, so it's up to council to decide whether we continue doing this for 20 years. I did give my application, I did pay for that. Check's been cashed. So do we go, I don't want to spend any money in courts or trials or anything like that, because this could take a long time. So what do? There's some applications on that. Why do I need an engineer design to say that I need to put topsoil on top of topsoil? Why do I have to have where my land's going to contaminate when I'm sitting beside two landfills and my land is the lowest and everything drains to it? How do I know the city's landfill is not contaminating my land, or the Schmuller subdivision bringing water through my land and contaminating? We have my competition who lives next door, who's doing exactly what I do, but never got a letter. So does the law affect when somebody complains, or the law is the law? So if nobody complains, keep on ripping the law off. I've never had anybody phone me for going through a red light because nobody complains. So why do we get a ticket for going through a red light if nobody complains? So I believe it's in the hands of council to decide what they want to do. Do we go ahead and seek legal action on both sides? We both know that's going to cost us, me, money, the citizens of Wetaskiwin money, and we don't know what the outcome would be. But I'll stand by this document that says here, and there's a lot more documents, that when we built that subdivision, I have copies here of checks that said that a certificate of completions for subdivisions, that if we pay, me and my brother paid $5,000, we relieve you all responsibility for drainage, ditch, and everything. Checks here. 2004, May. May the 31st, 04. You don't have that there, Tyler.
Okay.
I have certificates of final acceptance of the subdivision. All my business tax paid 2004 is Joe's Concrete. Remember, it was used to be Bronco Concrete, and when we changed, it was the title, the land and everything stays the same. It's just a numbered company. So I'm not here to screw the city. I'm not here. We're here to work together as a citizen. I love my little town. Sometimes we all do stupid things in our lives. We open our mouths, and we should, but as you get older, you tend to relax and enjoy what's important in life. your family, your kids, your community. I plan to, as this little drawing here, with time, develop this so I can have my grandkids love driving the quads and everything around the green. So it takes time. We're not, Joe's will never close that drainage ditch because then I flood my brother, my own family. So then he'd be really mad because he's got a worse temper than I do. So all I'm asking is on the 4th, I got to go to court to fight the stop work order, $750, which is here. The city can, either we continue for next year, and we don't know how long this is going to do, or the city can say, we can come to an agreement, what I need to clean and don't clean, pay my $250 to operate so that I can park my equipment, my gravel. That concrete gravel is to be crushed for use on our site, so I am recycling. The topsoil, which I need to work for our business. So, and how can I grow, which we're planning to? How can we grow if there's so many restrictions on our business that we can't? You know, to say I can't park my equipment on my land, I'm sorry, I got a hot temper, but that one will never go by. But I appreciate your time to allow me to speak. I think we both can come to a good solutions without ending up in court or anything like that, because it all have to do it. So it would be nice to get an answer from council if you can before the 4th, so we don't set a date for next year for the city to get all this information and all. This is just 1/3 of the files that I have on that. Like the agreement here, especially that one right here. You've seen it right there, page 2. In lieu of provide the city with a lump sum of $5,000 and we will leave you of any work on those drainage ditches. We know we have a lot of problem and issues there. Why that happened, I don't know. It wasn't my decision to write the check to me. And being a businessman, I saw that opportunity. Why would I say, no, screw the city, I'm not going to give you $5,000? When I know people did things in there, they should have never built their houses on the ditch in a low spot of the property. But this is what happened 20 years ago. Rules 20 years ago are a lot different than they are today. All of us know that, sitting here on council. What was passed 20 years ago, what was good 20 years ago, is not good today. And I have 2 landfills beside me, and why do I need an environment assessment when I have 2 landfills draining to my property, then goes to my ditches to go to by the lake park where we have our kids fishing and playing? I just think both of us with reasonable thinking can come to a solution other than going to court. So I thank you very much for your time, for council, mayor, and staff for this, and please enjoy the pen because I can't get any more for free. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Actually, through the chair to administration, I just have a question about the information that was provided to us today. Is any of this new information that administration has not seen before?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'm not sure what we have on file, but I know the information in this package doesn't negate the order that was issued.
Okay, thank you.
Do we get environmental assessments done on our old landfills?
Through the chair to council, yes. It depends on who the landowner is, but they are required.
But are we still the owner on the old landfills, or have those been sold?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
Are we holding everybody to the same standard as we are to Mr. Bronco
Through the chair to council, yes, we are. We were aware of the brother. However, we have a lot of enforcement on our plates right now, so as soon as we can get to it, we plan to.
Anything further? All right. Danielle Taylor for open mic. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't done this before, and I'm probably going to cry, which is why those are here. And I'm not totally sure what I'm asking for, but
Just make sure the mic's pulled into you a little bit closer, just, yeah, thanks.
I don't know how much of this you want to
Ah.
hear.
It's fine.
We have pets that are less conventional. They're chickens. We moved recently, bought a house in the city. I didn't read the handbook on living in Wetaskiwin before we came. Because, well, I don't know, in Calgary, Airdrie, Crossfield, where we came from, chickens can be pets. I learned last week Wetaskiwin doesn't feel the same way. And I'm hoping in some way there can be an allowance for that for us, because they are our family members. I have 6 daughters, and dealing with a lot of anxiety and mental health sort of issues. Losing our family members would be a huge deal in our house, and that's why I'm sitting in front of people who can make and break my daughter's hearts. Sorry. And when we tried to have a dog at one point, the little girl in the picture with the peace sign on her shirt reacted so bad, I had strangers coming up to me and asking if she was a burn victim, because she reacts so violently to conventional pets. So this seemed like a really good answer, and has been. If I knew that they weren't welcome to come with us, I probably would not have bought a house here because it's that important to us. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
So I don't know. So the bylaw says you need different land use or something in order to have them in our backyard. And I did go around to all of our neighbors. I went up and down our street, and we're on the corner, so up and down that street too. So I got everybody's name, and none of them even knew. I only have this on mine, sorry. None of them even knew we had them until now, and now they're asking me for eggs and if they can get chickens too, and so maybe we'll be back seeing if more people can do this. But I don't know. Yeah, we're pretty attached. So if there's some way that we can make an allowance for us to keep them in our backyard, that would be awesome. And they're quiet. I don't have a rooster. I did not want my neighbors to hate me, so I wouldn't have done that to anybody. Anyway, they're just hens. And yeah, I don't know what I'm asking. Other than that, you would look at finding a way for us to be able to have.
Is it through our land use bylaw that doesn't allow livestock?
To the chair, it's the responsible pet ownership bylaw.
Go ahead, Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Danielle. Danielle, thanks for coming in today and sharing this with us, and I understand that it is hard for you to do, so please understand my questions are just knowledge for myself, and I don't want to make you feel like I'm attacking at any point here. How many chickens do you have?
We have 4 hens.
4 hens. And how do you keep them? Are they always outside?
Yes, they're in a small fenced area in the back near a garage. They do not leave our property.
Yeah. And again, because it's in the responsible pet bylaw, I'm not sure what we can or can't do. So I'm just I need to do some thinking, or I just need to mull on that. But you said not a rooster. How often are they,
Sorry,
how often are they laying eggs?
Pardon me?
How often are they laying
I'm
eggs?
sorry,
Oh, once a day?
Once a day?
yeah. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? So require a member of council to bring that back to review that pet ownership bylaw. And if the will of council was to change that, then that would be the course of action for that.
Do I know anything today, or?
You won't know anything today, no.
Thanks.
No worries, thank you. Next up, Audrey Bannister. Councillor Aberle, did you have something further? Nope, okay. Morning.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for letting me, I guess, speak my mind, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. What I'm here about is I have lived in Wetaskiwin for 51 years, and starting November, 41 years of that has been in the real estate industry. A couple weeks ago, I was driving, excuse me, driving around Wetaskiwin and noticed that a single wide mobile was allowed to come into the residential area. So I took it upon myself to call the city, and I was told several different things. A lot of people don't understand the market and in Wetaskiwin and how it could hurt the resale. At this point, every lot in Wetaskiwin is at risk because under discretionary use of the bylaws, R1, R1A, R2, R3, all have discretionary use for a modular. Now, this home that was moved in there, and I have nothing against trailers. I've sold many of them over the years, but I do feel that they don't belong in a residential area. Now, this mobile home, the earliest listing I could find was 2009. This is a 2004. And it was in a mobile home park here in Wetaskiwin in the Wild Rose. And for, I'm assuming, since it was new, it was placed in the park there. So for approximately 18 years, this home has been labeled as a single wide mobile home. It was taxed as a single wide mobile home. And it was built by Triple M Housing and Mirage. And a mobile home, when it has financing, is registered at Motor Vehicles Branch. So it has a serial number. The definition for a modular, and I think it's been interpreted wrong in the development end of the industry here, or town, it is not a modular. I happen to personally have been through the M housing plant or modular factory slash manufactured home factory in Lethbridge. I did make calls to dealers, described what we had because they have sold this, that it is a single wide modular or modular manufactured home. I have sold in the past, and even for myself for a while I was confused, as I just did, modular manufactured home. Manufactured home has a metal undercarriage and is built in one place and then moved to the site. A modular home has multiple parts or modules and is built partly in a factory and then brought out to the site and put together. Now, I was quoted from the office also about affordable housing. Well, I guess no one's been out to try and buy a new trailer. They start in the area of about $179,000. And in the last year, in Wetaskiwin, there have been 25 houses that have sold under 150. I feel that with putting trailers on residential lots, everyone here is at risk by the bylaws the way they state now. And I also feel development has too much discretion. Every one of you have the possibility, Mayor Gandam, you have several vacant lots in your area that have the possibility at the discretion of development to put a trailer next door to you. Now, I have worked for modular factories and for manufactured homes also, and the reason it was changed to manufactured home is because the word trailer had such a negative entity to people. It was, I guess everybody watched Trailer Park Boys at one time or another on TV, and that's what they felt. But every home in Wetaskiwin is at risk. Every home, every vacant lot with what we have right now. I feel that the land use bylaw has to be updated. I also feel that there's too much discretion allowing the development department to have without talking to people, and I think a misunderstanding was between modular and manufactured home. I don't know how after 18 years all of a sudden this trailer become a modular. So what I'm asking is, please don't let our city be ruined by having trailers throughout the city. I'm all for trailers. The place that Al Thomas did over here on 49th Street, excellent development, where the trailers, the homeowners own their lots. I have no problem with that. But if we start having them placed throughout Wetaskiwin, it's going to bring everyone's value down. And let's face it, we all look at the dollar. And anyone that owns a home in Wetaskiwin, as I mentioned, is at risk because the house could burn down beside you. And all of a sudden the landowner wants to get rid of the lot. He sells it. The fellow comes here and says, hey, I want to put a trailer on there. And another thing that bothers me also is there's no age restriction. This trailer that was moved in there is 18 years old. Shingles are lifting on it already. And it is a trailer. It is a single wide, 16 wide Mirage built by M. I also phoned a dealer that has his own dealership and talked to him because he sells for M, and he said, absolutely, this is a trailer. It is not a modular. So what I'm asking, and hopefully it will be looked at, is that the bylaws can be changed or amended to stop this from happening, because at this point in time, I'm presently working with 2 developers, and there are other realtors in town that are also dealing with developers, and they also have the potential of having a trailer moved on their lot if the bylaws stay the way they are now. And I get tossed, I've had things tossed at me, well, we're going with the discretionary bylaws, or because this was labeled a modular, which it clearly is not, and you can phone any dealership manufacturer in Alberta and they will tell you this is a trailer. A trailer has a metal undercarriage, which this does. A modular does not. It is stick framed and has wood floor joists. And I just see Wetaskiwin slipping down a slippery slope with what's going on. And I'd ask that the city review the bylaws. I read in there that they're still talking about wheels under trailers. They haven't done that for years and years. So that tells me when the last time the bylaw was updated. And I guess you have to really think as to what this means to Wetaskiwin, Wetaskiwin's market, and your own personal pocket. Because I've spoke to people in City Hall and other areas, and I've gotten that, no, I don't want a trailer near me. I don't want it in my neighborhood. I don't want it because it will affect the market. As you know, south of 40th, we have a real mix-mosh of things down there, and it's detrimental to every landowner down there as to how mixed up the zoning was there. So, and also financing. Now that it's set there, I know it's a problem. I don't know how council and everybody's going to deal with it, because there's two ways to go. Say, oops, we made a mistake, and stop it there. I did hear that there's possibility of another one coming, and believe me, when the lots rentals are between $600 and $700 a month, we will get bombarded once it's opened up that people know we're allowing trailers. And with no age restriction, I got told also about the building codes. Well, I just sold a 1980 trailer, and that trailer to the building codes qualifies. Now, if you'd like a 1980 trailer next door to your $500,000 house, well, I guess that's your decision. But I feel for the benefit of Wetaskiwin and everybody here, we have to do some changes to our bylaws. So, I'm probably forgetting things, and my son will tell me later, Mom, you didn't say this or that. But that's my feeling, that it has to be updated. And one more thing, maybe you should have a few of us that deal with this every day to sit in on your meetings, or be on a discretionary board or something to stop this from happening. Because I know I don't want a trailer next door to me. That's why I bought a house. I didn't buy in a trailer court. I bought a house. And I'm sure if everybody comes and looks, that's their feeling. Because everybody you are, I'm getting shaky now, because I'm really passionate. I didn't cry like I did with Susan. But if you really think about it, and like I say, I have nothing against trailers. I have nothing against this homeowner. She went, or he went through their hoops. And it's being taken personal. I'm looking at Wetaskiwin. I love Wetaskiwin. I've spent over half my life building this town up. Even when I sold for builders out of Beaumont and things, I always bragged Wetaskiwin up. And I still do. And I love Wetaskiwin. And we need to make some changes, and we need to stop this before it is rude. That's all I have to say.
Good. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And I got to back the chair up because I've had my knees replaced, and if it skids out from under me, I'm doomed. And I might need a pull-up too. Thank you.
Andrew, was there a definition change in modular and trailers?
To the mayor, when? Can I
At
ask for
any point, like,
clarification?
the reason that, we sent a letter out, I'm assuming we sent a letter out to the neighbors on this. So using the definition of what it would be, when, I guess, maybe that's a better question, when was the definition changed from a trailer to a module?
I'll have to take a look, but I believe it hasn't changed in the current land use bylaw, which has been in place since 2009. And I would have to go back and see if the definition was the same in the 1988 bylaw. That was the
What,
previous one.
for 13 years it's been a
Yeah.
modular? Okay.
Yep, since 2009 at least.
And so we sent letters out to the neighbors. How far around that area would we have sent letters?
It's 76 meters is the radius.
And how many people questioned or called or
We got
inquired?
no comments
No
back.
comments?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, what did the letter say through the chair to Andrew?
Yeah, through the chair. So our letter would describe what the use is. So modular house, and I believe this, actually I can't remember, and I shouldn't say without knowing. So we described the use, and this was described as a modular. Any more details than that, I'd have to go confirm what we have in file. Yeah.
Okay, anything further? No, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew. So, given the decision that was made based on a 2009 bylaw, if you had any further applications to have similar units installed on residential properties, the fact that we've set a precedent with the first one, what does that do for your decision-making moving forward?
Through the chair, I think that we probably would interpret it in a similar manner. So really, the difficulty is that if there is some kind of distinction, you know, in reality, if there is some difference between a building that was built originally as a manufactured home versus a modular versus a single detached, that isn't clarified in the land use bylaw. So that is the difficulty. So for example, this development does fit the definition of modular, and that's why it was approved that way. So if there is a difference, like a practical difference that we should be controlling for in our land use regulations, then we do need to amend the land use bylaw to include some distinction there in the definition.
Can I continue? Through the chair to Sue then. What would be a time frame to address this? Because if we're talking months to put something in, and Andrew has 3 or 4 more applications, and he's indicated that he would be approving them based on the old bylaw, if council sees that as a concern, and I don't know yet because I haven't had that conversation, but if council sees that as a concern, how do you negate that likelihood until such time as the bylaw is updated?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if a motion is made, we would likely have a lot more scrutiny around it. I think Andrew's selling himself a little bit short too, so one of the things he does do is look at the surrounding neighborhood and the roof lines and make sure that it fits. So I don't know that it could show up anywhere and he'd say, yeah, this is a fit because of the bylaw. There's a lot more analysis that goes into it. But given the concerns, if a motion is made, we would put a lot more analysis, I think, on any applications and potentially bring them forward to council.
Thank you. May I continue? Through the chair to Andrew then, what kind of setback is required from the back of the trailer modular to the property line? Because it's sitting way, way back there.
Yeah, through the chair, in this case, so the setbacks are determined by the zoning, so it doesn't necessarily matter what type of building is
Unit.
being built. Depends on the zone, and in this case, it's a corner lot, and so I can find it if you would like me to dig into it, but there's some discretion for those setbacks on corner lots, for the development authority to determine which is the frontage. And in this case, yeah, there was some discretion.
When you say there was some discretion, tell me what that means, please.
As in this case, the bylaw didn't clearly outline which property should be the frontage, and so considering the multiple factors that the addressing is set based on fronting onto the street, whereas both this house and the previous were fronting onto the avenue. It is not clear which is the frontage of the property, so that's where we had to make a determination, just because it wasn't clearly spelled out in the land use bylaw.
So the frontage of the property, what bearing does that have on the back of the unit in relation to the property lines?
So yeah, in that case, yeah. So typically, in most of the zones, the front property setback is 6 meters. The sides are often 1.5 to 3, depending, and then the rear is usually 5 for the principal residence.
5 meters.
Principal building, yeah.
So you're saying it has to be 5 meters away from the property line at the back?
Yes, and I think in this case, we determined that the side property, or the side setback could apply to both units, or sorry, to both property lines, the south and the east, just based on the siting of the property, and again, considering the adjacent properties.
So the fact that the trailer has no entrance or egress on the side facing the property line and its adjacent neighbor, does that have any bearing on the setback from the property line?
To the
Because
chair,
both the doors on the property are what I would consider on the front side of the building. There's nothing on the back.
through the chair, that is correct, yes. As far as I remember, yeah.
So the fact there's no doors has no bearing on its placement on the property?
Through the chair, no, that the land use bylaw doesn't include that kind of consideration.
Thank you.
Dean, or sorry, Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew. Can you help me understand? You sent out a letter that there was going to be a modular, and Audrey had talked about that this is a trailer and a modular, and not my world, so I'm trying to understand what exactly is the difference between a modular and a trailer, and why it's important that there's a difference.
Yeah, through the chair. So the difference is in the land use bylaw. So for any, we try to have a definition for every type of use that could be either built or used on a piece of property. And so it does get difficult trying to write a definition that is specific enough to include what you want, but not exclusionary. And so I can pull up the definition here. So ultimately, the definitions are problematic. So I guess I can read them out here. So a manufactured home, essentially, so the definition here means development consisting of a transportable single detached housing which is suitable for permanent occupancy, designed to be transported on its own wheels, which is, upon the arrival of the site to be located, ready for occupancy except for incidental operations and placement on foundation, supports, and connection to utilities. So that definition doesn't necessarily apply to this, and as Audrey mentioned, these types of buildings aren't even built with their own wheels these days, and so that's where we determined that the definition really is practically no different from a modular house, and so this is where it's important that we do change the definitions or relations if there really is a distinction. And so ultimately, the final, I think, determination here was that if this was a stick-built house, built to the same dimensions and same design, it would have been a permitted use and it would have been a rubber stamp approval. So in all practicality, the definitions don't necessarily reflect how these buildings are built currently. They're built to, they're quality-wise, I'm sure they're much more, they have many more modern features and amenities than lots of the houses that are in that neighborhood as it is. So it's just trying to determine what is the impact on the community, and if it is a matter of design features. So typically that would be one consideration, is if from the street you are looking at this building and there is something about it that is negatively impacting the neighborhood, then we should identify that in the land use bylaw. And what it comes down to is that the land use bylaw doesn't address anything like that right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, through to Andrew, but that's, the realtors are asking for exclusionary wording. I've been to other communities where interspersed with homes are mobile homes, and it really is not attractive. And I don't see how that would enhance development in our community. So I think I don't think that's what our realtors are asking for. And I agree with what Audrey said. I don't think I would want one, well, I wouldn't want one of those moving in next door to me. And so I think we have to protect the property owners in Wetaskiwin from this happening, or else all of our empty lots filled with those kinds of developments, I don't think would make us look very good. There were modular homes built in the past in Wetaskiwin, and they've been kept up, and people don't even know they're modular homes. But you can certainly tell what a mobile home looks like. So I just would like to urge caution with this. Thank you.
Are you making a motion?
Not right now.
No. Well, we're in council, so council meeting's been called to order. Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sue. So if I go back to my original question in terms of timeline to update the bylaw, what kind of a time frame would you envision, Sue?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, typically we like to see at least 3 months, especially given the fact that we have to advertise for land use bylaw and have public hearings. This section, this piece of the land use bylaw shouldn't be too difficult to update, but I think 3 months would be appropriate.
So then my next question is, and it's a bit of a repeat, and I apologize, but I want to be clear. So if a motion came today to begin the process to update the bylaw, that's one thing. We know it's 3 months down the road. Do we need a separate motion in relation to, in the interim, as applications come forward, or is that something administration simply takes into note based on this conversation?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if you want us to bring them all back to council, we would need a motion. If there is no motion directing us to bring discretionary use back to council, then we would work with Andrew to make sure that that the use is appropriate.
Thank you. On that note, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah.
I'll wait till the adoption of the agendas. Thank you.
I've been informed.
Okay.
I'm learning at the same time. Go ahead, Audrey. You have to be at the mic.
I can bring it to you.
No, you can't.
Okay.
I guess just,
Yeah, don't rip it out.
no, I'll have trouble getting out. Just to speak to Andrew's letter that went out, it did say modular, and I did speak to some of the people in the area, and the comment I got from them, I don't care what it is, it's better than that drug house that was there. And that's all I've heard from them. So when a letter come out modular, we all think 2 pieces house, because I was involved setting up some modulars in town, off-site and then put together on-site. And the big thing that was in that neighborhood was when that house burnt down, they were all happy because it was a drug house. And the comment has been, we don't care what it is, it's not the drug house anymore. And I said it wasn't the house, it was the people in it. So technically, there's nothing stopping this trailer from being a drug house. That's why you didn't get any answers back or anybody complaining, was because they prefer anything to the drug house that was there. And again, it wasn't the house, it was the people.
Good.
And as far as setbacks are, and Andrew, you and I had a little to-do over the phone. Andrew made a comment to me about, well, what if a 16-wide house was built there? Number one, I told him that's ridiculous. Number two, a stick-built house would have never been allowed there 16 feet wide, or long, or wide and 70 feet long, because it wouldn't have met the setbacks. You were talking about the setbacks. The backyard setback is 13 meters, which is 42 feet without a garage, and the front setback is 6-point-some meters, 20 feet. So if they would have not used discretionary, this home would have never been allowed on that lot because of the setbacks. It does not meet our standard setback rules. So once again, I feel, and no offense to you, you come in with what's here, okay? We need to amend the bylaws, because right now it's discretionary use to whoever happens to be steering the ship at the time. I'll keep my mouth shut now. Okay,
Thanks,
you.
Audrey. Anything further? Thank you, Andrew. Our plant.
Good morning, members of council, administration, fellow colleagues. So I will address a number of the points that perhaps Audrey, my colleague, has already made in regards to 5013 42 Avenue and the development that has occurred recently there.
If you have anything new, we don't have to hear what Audrey's already said.
I fully understand that.
Okay.
So, according to the city's information, it is zoned as R2, which is low-density residential. The lot size is 668 square meters, and the address is 5013 42 Avenue. Last year's assessment on the property was $52,000 because it was a vacant lot. Again, from the city's information, in 2001, there was an application for a modular housing to develop on it. The estimated cost was $180,000. That decision was in November of 2021. Currently, there's a modular home on it. Permit year was 2022 with an estimated cost of $40,000, and that was granted August of 2022. So again, from your site, from Web Maps, it is a corner lot. The previous home faced to the west. The curb cut and the approach, the driveway, is from the west. There is nothing from the north side. The west would be this street, which is 51A. This is 42 Avenue. That's from your information. This is the overview from Web Maps. So I'm going to refer back to that. In R2, again, from your land use bylaw, which is section part N, 6.10, it's an R2 zoning. 6.10.2 is permitted uses, which is single dwelling buildings, duplexes, semi-detached carports, detached garages, etc. 6.10.3 is discretionary uses, which is secondary suites, and the second shows modular homes. So let's talk about modular homes for a minute. This is all from your land use bylaws. Part 8, 8.61 is a manufactured home. Number 1 says, applications for placement of a manufactured home as defined shall include the unit CSA certification number and manufacturer's name, model, name, and shall supply a letter from the manufactured home community owner manager supporting the application placement. Number 2, manufactured homes shall be supported and tied down in accordance with manufacturer specifications in the Alberta Building Code. It's no longer called the Alberta Building Code, it is now called the National Building Code, and the Alberta edition applies. Number 3, additions, decks, etc. We don't need to go into that. 8.62, a modular housing. Applications for the placement of modular housing as defined shall include all information required in section 4.1 of the land use bylaw and treated the same as a site-built building. Part 2, in addition, applications must include a copy of certificate including the CSA certification number, the foundation type, and the drawings that indicate all decks and porches and site additions such as garages. Part 3, modular housing must be placed on a permanent foundation equal to that of a site-built home. That's the key here, the difference, if it's confusing for anyone. Manufactured home, modular housing, according to your land use bylaw. And it says, modular housing must be placed on a permanent foundation equal to that of a site-built home. So I can tell you that a site-built home is not placed upon screw piles or a foundation. Correct? So, we've now established your definitions in the land use bylaw. Now, if we go on further, forgive me here, I'm out of order. Discretionary use, we talked about that. Minimum rear yard setbacks in a residential building. This is at section 6.10.6. A residential building without an attached garage. The rear yard setback, according to the land use bylaw, is 13 meters. Now, I didn't bring the picture of the actual site with this new building placed on it, but the rear yard is not 13 meters. Now, to say, well, which is the rear yard? Well, the previous home faced west. There is no back lane. It's a corner lot. So you can't play it both ways and say that the east end is the rear, which it typically would be because of the direction and the shape of the lot. And then turn around and say, well, the doors are on this side and face north, so then for the south side is the rear. Because if the south is the rear, it's only 1.5 meters off currently, and it needs to be 13. The way that it's placed, no matter how it is, your rear yard setback is not being met. It's just one is less than the other. And the front yard setbacks and the side yards wouldn't be met either. So you can't play this both ways. And Councillor Nielsen, I thank you for your questions previously, because there's the answers to it right there. So, moving along, at 6.10.10, specific use regulations. And it refers to modular housing in section 8.62 of the land use bylaw, which is what I had presented to you just moments ago. Now, if we talk about the definitions described in the land use bylaw, the definition at 127 is manufactured home, means a development consisting of transportable single detached housing which is suitable for permanent occupancy, designed to be transported on its own wheels, and which is, upon its arrival at the site, where it's to be located, ready for occupancy except for incidental building operations, such as placement of foundation supports and connection to utilities. A manufactured home site means, at 128, a space allotted for the installation of one manufactured home in any manufactured home community or manufactured home subdivision. 129, manufactured home community means a parcel of land under one title which has been divided into manufactured home sites. And again, at definition 136, modular housing means a dwelling unit manufactured off-site in a factory and placed onto a permanent foundation on-site, or more complete dwelling units for year-round occupancy. Now, back up a minute here. So again, based on those definitions and modular housing, it says modular housing must be placed on a permanent foundation equal to that of a site-built home, which is right in the bylaw at 8.6.2. So there shouldn't be any misunderstanding as to a manufactured home versus a modular home, according to your land use bylaw, which is applicable here. It is defined there as a modular housing. Now, in Administrative Part 3, variance to regulations, a development officer shall not issue a permit for a use that is not listed in the district regulations as permitted uses or discretionary uses of a particular land use district, except at Part 2. The proposed development would not, in opinion of the Development Authority, which is A, and then Part Roman numerals 2, materially interfere or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. And then B, the proposed development would, in the development officer's opinion, conform with the use prescribed for that land or building in this bylaw. So that, in itself, defines and specifies in the bylaw the use, the placement of such. And a modular home versus a manufactured home, which we just talked about in the definitions, talks about wheels. A manufactured home or a mobile home, as was referenced, typically in the 70s had its own 3 axles. They now have a bogie wheel system, which would be a triple axle bogie that they're transported with. This home may not have the wheels under it, but it has the hitch. There's the hitch, which is slid underneath the home unit itself and is behind the structure. And you can see that the screw piles are welded to the frame. So by your definition, or pardon me, not yours, but the land use bylaw definition, referring to the definition of what type of home and how the foundation is constructed or designed, referenced here in the land use bylaw. Now, there was reference made to the development more in the city center, if you will, which was the old co-op site. When that development came along and was proposed on that site, there was a designation for that zoning given at the time, and it's referred to as PUD, Planned Unit Development. And in there it specifies that the developer will own all of the lots and develop it accordingly and then sell them as lots. That zoning still applies as PUD. These homes are attached to the lands in this manner, with screw piles and welded to the frame to meet the requirements of a tie-down for financing purposes, as well as the security and safety. So the city has a zoning. It's specific to this site because it's the only site that's been developed for that particular use of home. Now, there is 2 locations currently in the city, as we're both aware, for manufactured homes or mobile homes. And they're typically referred to as parks, whether we like that terminology or not. One is the Jubilee Park on 47th Street, and the other one would be the Wild Rose Park, which is on approximately 46th or 5th. So there's an impact not only to the property adjacent to this subject property, but there's also an impact to those 2 communities, manufactured home communities in the city. Because if this is allowed, and as it was mentioned, there's substantial pad fees per month, it would be quite economically feasible to go buy a lot in R2 and move that home from those parks. Now that creates an impact on those owners of those parks and those communities that they bought, developed for that use. So there's an economic impact to those people. And if this were the case, and suddenly, over the next period, everybody pulls out their homes because they're quite movable, now we end up with 2 areas in the city of whether it be 10 acres or 20 acres, whatever it is, that now become barren. And now we've influenced or caused damage to those owners of those properties. Because now they don't have any tenants, and that impacts their financial model. So that would be a liability I would see to the city. If we want to go further,
We're well past the 5 minutes, so if you want to just wrap up, we're going to move along here in our open mic.
why am I cut off at 5 minutes?
The open mic time is legislated at 5 minutes, so I've given you probably 10. So if you want to wrap up, please, we'll move along in our open mic.
So nobody else was timed at 5 minutes?
Nobody else was over 10 minutes. So I'm asking if you'd like to wrap up, please, and then we can move along.
So I have checked the definitions for manufactured home and modular homes according to the City of Leduc. And manufactured home means a prefabricated detached dwelling.
Mr. Plant, we've gone through definitions. If you'd like to wrap up, please, we can move along in our open mic.
My point is to reference that the definitions in the land use bylaw for the City of Leduc and for the town of Millet are somewhat consistent to the definitions for the City of Wetaskiwin. The point is the definitions don't need to be decided upon. The definitions are there. It's a matter of applying the land use bylaw accordingly in a manner that is appropriate and not using discretion at will when the discretionary point doesn't follow the land use bylaw. So I guess my request would be that the city manager, through council, would immediately issue a stop work order on the property and that council would make a decision to reverse this decision that's been made under discretionary so that this doesn't further occur. Because the whole thing puts the city at liability legally against any other landowners that would be incurring a potential loss in value, as well as if, as I described, the homes in the other communities which are already permitted pull out and leave those landowners.
Okay, thank you for your time. Now you're just repeating yourself. I appreciate it. We're going to move along in our program. Thank you. Next, I have Dale Unland.
He just stepped out.
Did he? Okay, is Gloria? Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I recently moved into Wetaskiwin on the end of September, and when I went downstairs to hook up the water and sewer and garbage, I was told that I have to pay $300 before that could happen. I lived in Wetaskiwin just a few years ago and was a tenant as I am now. And I was not charged any money up front in order to get my utilities hooked up. I am a low-income senior, and I had to take money out of my first month's rent to pay the $300. So that left me with a minus in my budget that I hadn't seen coming. I moved in from Ponoka County, where we didn't pay any utilities at all. So I'm saying that the last time I lived in Wetaskiwin, I left with no outstanding bills whatsoever. I have established my credibility in my last sojourn in Wetaskiwin in paying my bills. So I don't feel that it's fair that I should be penalized for the truancy or the non-payment of bills by other people. And I feel that that's what's happened to me. And I would ask that the bylaw be waived in my case so that I can try to catch up with what I didn't see coming. And I really feel that that bylaw that governs that $300 deposit isn't fair for me, because I moved into an older duplex in the south part of town, and I'm planning to stay there for at least 20 years, and that $300 that I lost would bring me some interest to help me, but the way it is now, it goes into the city treasury, and I really need that $300, and I would ask the mayor and council to waive that requirement in my case. That's all I have to say. I would request that requirement be waived, that I would get that $300 back, because I have already proven my ability to pay bills on time and not move out without any, with unpaid bills.
Thank you. Any questions? Sue, is that a requirement of everybody who opens up a new account with utilities?
To the chair it is.
So if you were if I were to move and start another account, would I still pay that deposit if I hadn't paid it on, like if I've been in my house long enough that that deposit wasn't required? If I were to move now, would I still be required that deposit?
Yes, we would typically move the deposit with you.
No, if I've been in the place long enough that I didn't pay a deposit the first time, like how long has our deposit
Oh,
been required?
It's been for a long time.
Has it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could have been overlooked in this case.
And do deposits get paid back after a number of months of an account in good standing?
No,
Could that be a direction of council?
it could be.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Sue, I think. Do we know if this $300 deposit, would that partly be paying into Peace Hills utilities?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, it would, moving forward, yes.
Yeah. Does council have that ability in its bylaw, like in the agreement that we have with the Peace Hills utilities to waive these fees?
So currently, until the other bylaw is approved, our existing ones stand. So council, the way that we're trying to time it is that council will have control of the utility rates. Well, they have control of the utility rates even after, but Peace Hills isn't necessarily involved until the end of this year when we make that total switch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So how will I know if I can get that deposit back?
It'll be, if council makes a motion, whether it's in this meeting or in a following meeting, to make a change to that.
Okay, and then, okay, so will I get a letter or what will happen?
If there was a change to the process, what would happen for anybody who has a deposit in?
We would send notices to everyone, but I can chat with you offline.
You could send me a letter?
Yeah, I'll have a chat with you as soon as you're...
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dale is not back. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Go ahead.
So is this where you want us to indicate?
Yep. If you've got any additions or deletions?
I do. Land use bylaw and mobile/modular homes.
Land use bylaw 16A and then 16B, sorry. Or was it all one?
All one.
All one, okay.
Also, if I have an item for in camera,
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, you would just have to state which section of FOIP that you would need it under.
1624 of Freedom of Information Privacy Act, exceptions to disclose.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandon. I'm sorry that I'm having problems with these reactions and I keep on throwing up hands. I would like to also add a RFI for the responsible pet ownership, please.
FIR, yeah. That'll be 16B. So to add the land use bylaw and the modular housing, those in favor? Will be added, and the FIR for responsible pet ownership to be added to the agenda as well. Also carried. So approving the agenda as amended, those in favor? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just seconds ahead.
4A, the approval of the minutes.
I move that City Council approves the September 26, 2022 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving into Committee of the Whole, item 9A, proposed 2023 budget update.
Good morning, everybody. It's that time of year again where we're getting into budget discussions. And just a brief update just to get council familiar with the budget process that we're going through and some preliminary budget figures for some input from council prior to any public consultation that we have. We believe that the council updates are key in the process of the budget, especially for 2023, as council members can make some informed decisions regarding the 2023 budget approval. As determined by the current information, the preliminary 2023 budget shows an increase of approximately $1 million at this point. This could result in close to a 9.5% property tax increase for every $100,000 of assessed property value, which would translate to about $7.50 per month and $90 annually on that $100,000 assessment for residential, and for non-residential it's $15 a month and $180 annually. Key factors in the budget increases at this point for 2023 include the significant increase in the contracted RCMP budget of just over $800,000, anticipated increases for inflation, and decreased revenue projections in some of the cost centers. Through the budget process, administration has held the line on most items with only minor increases for the inflation where needed. And those, when we say minor, that's under the CPI index at this point. Between August and August of last year, the CPI index is at 7.4%. Administration will continue to review cost savings and reallocations for council discussions during budget deliberations in November, prior to the scheduled budget deliberations. And administration will be asking council to provide feedback on additional operating business cases and service levels that they would like brought forward for consideration in alignment with the council's strategic plan and to be discussed deliberations. These business cases are not currently included in the estimates increase of that 9.5%. Of course, the legislation does require that each year council must adopt an operating budget for each calendar year, and of course a capital budget as well. The increases, again, do not include the business cases being presented, which would require council's consideration for each of those. There's an opportunity for council to use the priority-based budgeting information to adjust levels of service to help offset potential increases, and other factors that they could consider are utility franchise fees. At this point, we would just like to remind council that on November 2nd and November 4th that we do have an opportunity for public participation, where on November 2nd at the Fire Hall Station 1, pending availability, we'll be discussing things of safety and community and asking for input from the public at that point in time. And on November 4th in the evening, we'll be discussing environment and economy at the Manluk Center, where they'll also be providing free swimming for children so that parents can participate in the budget conversation. We would like to invite council to be present during that time so they can hear firsthand too what people are saying and what kind of information that they would like to see moving forward with the budget process. And it gives council a good opportunity to hear that directly from people and to ask questions for further clarification. As always, of course, if there's any other items that you would like, as we go through these discussions or deliberations for administration to consider, if you could bring those forward, the sooner that we have those cases or things that you would like to have for consideration, the better that we're able to put the research in and provide the actual cost savings or cost increases depending on what the case is. So at this point, we're just presenting it for information so that you can have that just going forward, so you know what we're kind of faced with at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that City Council accept the 2023 budget update as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Question to Barb through the chair. With this preliminary increase that we're looking at about 9.5%, are we going to be presented with a multitude of options as far as this has no business cases in it, so anything we add will add to that 9.5%, all things being equal, which probably isn't very palatable for us nor the residents of this community. My question is, are we going to be presented with options as far as cost reductions in different centers? And will we be presented that before budget deliberations?
Yes, as part of the process, we would be presenting different options. We would also be asking you to consider different levels or service levels and things of that nature. Some of the things that we've identified through the priority-based budgeting will be brought to your attention.
As follow-up, because I sit on the Peace Hills Utilities, currently I'm going to guess, or maybe you might get clarification, that the return on investment of close to $1 million is in this number.
Yes, we've actually maintained the numbers from the prior year and anticipating that we would at least have that same minimum. So the 9.5% increase is based just on all things being equal at this point in time, just with what we are aware in the major increases that have come forward.
So if council decides not to pay that return on investment, we'd be looking at another $1 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Barb. We have no option on the $800,000 that we have to.
Thank you. At this point, there is not an option. That was something that was passed down through the federal government based on their negotiations for their salary for the RCMP members. So it was something that has been individually passed down, other than, of course, encouraging people to contact other levels of government that would have control over that.
Can this be paid off in installments, or does it all have to be paid in 1 year?
That's not the back pay. This is what their new contract is moving forward. So it wouldn't be in installments. This is how much the new contract is paying our CMP members from here out until their next contract negotiation, which is probably starting next year.
So the back pay is not even part of this equation at all?
Correct. Which we're still advocating for the federal government to take responsibility for.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Barb, following up on Councillor Billingsley's comment about the return on investment from Peace Hills Utilities. You indicated all things being equal. Peace Hills Utility is a new entity, so in terms of the rate of return of $1.5 million, how does that equate to being equal? Because were we drawing $1.5 million out of utilities previously to offset general revenues?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. That's what we were doing prior to this. So that's why we are anticipating that the revenue that we would receive from the Peace Hills utilities would be the same as what we were drawing when the utilities were within our departments.
Through the chair to Sue then. So if we talk about return on investment out of utilities, how does that balance the equation that utilities should pay for utilities if we're drawing revenue out of it? Because then we're obviously charging ratepayers a higher level so we can get a rate of return. So utilities don't pay for utilities, and utilities pays for utilities plus something else.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So we've had this discussion a couple of times since I've been here. They've both been supporting each other. So on the capital side, utilities has relied on taxation, and on the tax side, taxation has relied on utilities. So since I've been here, council has approved $300,000 reduction in the ROI to leave it with the utilities. But to make that leap and get the entire million was too much to do in 1 year. So, and given the other challenges that are in front of council, we decided not to suggest another reduction this year. But it's certainly something that needs to be looked at. Now that Peace Hills is a separate entity, they can actually apply for grants that won't affect ours. So they shouldn't be relying on us from a capital side, but we are still relying on them to offset our taxes. And it's a common thing that happens in most municipalities. It's legal, we're allowed to do it. It's just what makes sense for our community and how we navigate that moving forward.
And that conversation and comparisons will be part of the budget discussions.
Yes. Peace Hills Utilities is set to come October 24th to present to council.
Correct. And part of the ROI is administrative costs?
No, there's a separate admin fee.
Is it possible to have that broken out for budget discussions?
It is. So the one just over 1 million is the ROI, and there's just under $500,000 for the admin fee. And they're clearly laid out in our receivables, yes.
I guess what I'm looking for is the accounting of the $500,000. Like,
yeah.
How do we arrive at that number?
Yeah, I've got a separate list for that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Barb, when you were talking about looking at the levels of services or changes in cost centers, will that be also made public or part of our public discussions that we're having in the town halls, open houses at the beginning of November?
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. At this point, we will be, first of all, bringing it to council deliberations and requesting from the public any information that they would like to have brought forward or any suggestions that they would have at this point.
So we would not be, just for clarification that I make sure I understand, we will not be discussing prior to that second week in November the things publicly that we're going to be debating to reduce a potential tax increase. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we won't have the community's input on these things prior to deliberations?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, actually you will, because you'll be engaging with the public and they'll be providing you with feedback on what they would like to see for service levels. So, and during the budget deliberation process, all of those meetings are also open to the public, so they would be invited to attend as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10, staff reports for decision, funding source reassignment.
Okay, we've got lots of these on the agenda today for finance. This one actually is for a budgeted item for the Manolik Center Maintenance Project. Initially, during the budget process from 2022, the item was classified as a capital project. It does not qualify for capital funding. Therefore, we would require to be looking at setting aside funding for the Manolik Center Maintenance Project for $94,000. Since it does not qualify under the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, we are looking at pulling the $94,000 to continue with those from one of our reserves. And the Manluk Facility Reserve has currently $280,000 on it, or pardon me, $260,000 in it, and it would leave a projected balance in there of about $166,000. So we're asking council to approve the funding for the $94,000 to be taken from the Manluk Reserve.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council approve the funding of the 2022 Manluk Center Maintenance Project for $94,000 from the Manluk Facility Reserve.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? And for our friends at home, can you just maybe touch on what the Manluk Center Maintenance Project is? It's just not listed in the agenda.
Through the mayor to the rest of council, so this Manluk maintenance project had come forward. It has numerous items within the facility that need upgrading. It could be anywhere from HVAC to lighting to just different components that as a whole do not become a capital project. So they are considered operating maintenance items.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue, when we had our facility, big long list of all the projects and so forth that was needed, and we released dollars in the budget to address them, did we have those capital projects for the Manluk pool included in those?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, that is what this is. It was just the funding source that was requested during budget approval was the wrong funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? So we are approving $94,000 from the Manluk Facility Reserve. Those in favor? Carried.
I got it.
I read your report. Item 10B, MAMP matching funding source.
Next up is the Municipal Asset Management Program grant.
Can you just make sure your mic's on and in front of you?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. This is with reference to the Municipal Asset Management Program grant. Council in August of 2020 at their regular meeting did approve the funding for $8,600 towards the cost of this initiative. At that time, though they did not indicate the funding source, the council had approved administration to go ahead with it because of the length and timing of the application process, and for us to come back and bring the funding source forward to you at a later point in time. That's what we're doing, is just to confirm that the balance of the $8,600 for the total project of $43,000. And my apologies, I'm just going to read through the notes. The city directs administration to apply for the grant opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program for the City of Wetaskiwin project for the commitment of $8,600 towards the cost of this initiative. The City of Wetaskiwin commits to conducting the following activities in its proposed project submitted to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program to advance our asset management program, collection fields development for assets, and staff training on appropriate tools and asset software, collection of asset data, and asset data utilization for future budget preparation. So at this point, we are recommending that the $8,600 come from our operating reserve or our operating surplus from this year. We believe that we can absorb it through this year's budget process.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council funds the City of Wetaskiwin's portion of the Municipal Asset Management Program grant funding allocation of $8,600 from the operating reserve.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? No? All right, we are moving $8,600 from the operating reserve to cover the Municipal Asset Management Program, working with FCM. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10C, Manluk Center Temporary Level of Service Reduction. Welcome, Natasha.
Mayor, if I may, just before we jump into that item, I would like to introduce council to our new fire chief, Amber Coleman. Just a brief bio for Amber. Amber has built an impressive career in fire services, spanning almost 30 years across 3 different fire departments with Parkline County, the town of Devon, and the village of Caroline. Amber most recently spent 12 of those years with Parkline County in various deputy chief roles, including community safety, human resources, and operations. Amber also spent approximately 21 years with the town of Devon and Rescue, where she occupied the position of fire captain and training coordinator. And I'd just like to introduce Amber to the town of Wetaskiwin, or City of Wetaskiwin, and council, please join me in welcoming Amber Coleman.
And you're welcome some mic time if you'd like. Oh. Go ahead.
All right, good morning, Mayor Gandam and members of council. I hope you all had a great long weekend. So over the past several months, administration has experienced increased challenges around recruiting and retaining lifeguards. Currently, the Manluk Center is open to the public 89 hours per week, and over the last 6 weeks, we've had
Natasha, just make sure you're into the mic a little bit, please.
You broke it.
I broke it.
Yeah.
Every time I break this thing. All right, hopefully you can hear me loud and clear now.
Gotcha.
So over the past 6 weeks, we've had 9 lifeguards resign due to gaining employment elsewhere or attending post-secondary schooling, which has resulted in having less than the required amount of staff to cover shifts. So in lieu of that, we've had 2 full-time staff members trying to work overtime on weekends to provide enough coverage for the pool. The lifeguard shortage is not unique to Wetaskiwin, and several other municipalities across the province are actively recruiting and having to reduce program offerings and/or facility hours to accommodate for the staff shortage. This is mostly due to the impacts of COVID-19. There was limited lifeguarding courses offered over 2 years that are needed to maintain certification or become certified. So we're looking at a few different options to help provide stability and ensure that our service levels are able to be maintained. Firstly, we'll be looking at running more recruitment programs. So this is where we offer lifeguarding courses at no cost, and in return, lifeguarding positions are offered to the successful participants that complete those courses. We are exploring with our neighboring municipalities potential lifeguard sharing and what that could look like for our community. We are also looking at a minor restructuring of the department and using more full-time lifeguards rather than part-time to help provide more consistency and stability. And then also we're just going to continue posting on all the relevant job boards to help get lifeguards into our community or get them certified. So administration at this point is recommending closing the Manluk Center on Sundays, starting this Sunday, October 16th, until the end of February 2023 to help prevent further staff burnout and mitigate the possibility of having to close the facility on an ad hoc basis. Administration will come back and provide an update to council in Q1 of 2023 on the status and progress of recruiting staff. So under the implications, the financial impact of closing on Sundays would result in a loss of revenue of approximately $940 a week, and that's after staff wages are considered in there. Under program or service, closing on Sundays will impact those individuals wishing to come public swimming, which is approximately 275 people per week. Closing on Sundays will not have an impact on any programming, swimming lessons, fitness classes, swim club, or aquafit classes, because we don't have anything scheduled other than public swimming on Sundays. So at this time, I would be happy to take any questions the council may have for me.
Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair, I move that City Council direct administration to temporarily reduce service levels at the Manluk Centre by closing on Sundays beginning October 16, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
No. Thanks, Natasha, for your information. Can you tell me why Sundays?
Sorry, pardon me, was that why Sundays?
Yeah, like why Sundays? I apologize.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Aberle. Sundays was chosen for two reasons. The first being we have no scheduled programming, so if we were to close on another day, it would result in a lot more disruption to those programs and those participants. Secondly, Sundays is just a very hard day to staff. We have staff members who attend church and a lot who are heading back to post-secondary for the week, and they're just unavailable on Sundays. So.
Great. So, if I may, in your opinion, though, it is relatively a busy day for open swim. Would you consider it that?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Aberle, yes, it is one of our busier days for public swimming. Not as busy as Saturdays, but still busy.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, Natasha. So the motion is trading off public swimming for programming. And if you were to take any day during the week for programming, is it feasible to drop one of those days? I guess I'm trying to balance numbers, and I don't have all the numbers in front of me, of course, but could we take, is it feasible to take one day of programming a week out of the Monday to Friday schedule and drop it into the Sunday schedule, which is a busy time as well, and operate both programming and public swimming on Sunday?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I suppose it is something we could look at. However, a lot of those programs are already set, and, you know, just thinking of parents who are bringing their kids, you know, maybe it would work to we'd have to explore that further.
And may I continue? So I understand the lifeguard circumstance with regard to young people returning to university. I was going to call them kids, but that's a teacher thing in me, I guess. Young people returning to universities and post-secondary, and so not being available. But have we maximized our current staff to 40 hours?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so most of our staff are part-time, so they can only work up to 29 hours per week. And in their employment contracts, they have to work a minimum of one shift a month. We have two full-time lifeguards, and they are maxing out their 40 hours to help cover some of these gaps in the schedule.
But what precludes us from taking some of those part-timers and turning them into full-timers?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is what we plan to do, but a lot of the current staff might not have the availability to go full-time because they are attending post-secondary, but we are looking at recruiting potentially more full-time guards.
But do we have, sorry, I didn't ask the question clearly. For those people who are not encumbered by post-secondary, but are lifeguarding and are less than 40 hours, can we not move them to full-time?
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, that would be a decision of council to switch our FTEs. So we would need to bring that back to council. Once they review that option, we would bring that back to council because it's going to cost us more money to include benefits and that sort of thing.
I understand the costs increasing, but our signature facility to meet recreational needs of the community is important to me as well. So that would be the intent, that this is temporary. We'd look at moving staff. So when would we see a report coming back that would indicate how many people we can move to permanent full-time and what it would cost us to do so?
Yeah, I can answer that through the chair. So it is my priority to get that done, and we would bring a report back in January to give an update on the progress and how our staffing levels are in order to resume our levels of service.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha. Natasha, what is the minimum age of people being able to be lifeguards? 16?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that is correct, yes.
Are there any Olympia Swim Club members or any of those students that are interested, or is that something you've already checked out, obviously?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. We definitely identify those individuals in our programs and talk to them about signing up for our advanced courses and bringing them on as lifeguards if they are able and once they are of the age requirement.
And what would they get paid, the between 16 and 18-year-olds who are working part-time? Approximately, I know you can't give me the direct number, but...
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I don't have that number right in front of me, but I believe it is around, like starting as a lifeguard one is $16.90.
Okay.
Thereabouts.
So there's an incentive there then to work part-time. Okay. Thank you very much, Natasha. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Natasha. Sunday's the second busiest day of the week at the center. Is that the statement that you had made? Like as far as swimmers, I guess?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, Friday nights are also can be fairly busy as well. So yeah, I would say it is up there though with busy public swim times.
And so the recommendation that you brought to us had to do with programming. And I guess what I'm curious of, like we've got hours Monday through Friday from 6 to 9. Does programming start at 6 a.m.? And if so, what type of programming was any consideration made to opening up the pool at 9 a.m. instead of 6, and 6 o'clock Monday through Thursday, and then because you just had stated that Friday night is busy, and then being able to have if that doesn't affect programming?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So we do have programs. So our lane swims Monday to Friday are quite busy. Right at 6 a.m. we have a pretty committed group that come. We also have aquafit classes and stretch and move classes 3 days a week that begin at 8 a.m.
And when you say that you have these lane swimmers, does that lane swim go all day long? Like is that programming, could that not be moved from 6 a.m. till 10?
Through the chair, yes, it could. So it's just 6 to 8 a.m. we have all lanes available, and then from there on we just have 1 to 2 lanes available.
I guess I'm struggling to close down on Sundays, and I understand the staffing issue and things like that, but as Councillor Nielsen said, this is our signature facility in our community, and I'm wondering if there's a way of making this work by reducing hours throughout the week to keep that Sunday open, and as well as I think you said $975 in revenue net.
Sue?
Through the chair to council, Would it be possible to amend the second part of the motion that we bring it back sooner? If we could at least get some relief for the staff right now for the next month, Natasha's team could look at what other options there are with hours, and we could bring them back sooner than that.
Councillor Elliott?
I was just going to, thank you, Mr. Mayor, just through to Councillor Billingsley, there are people that the early morning swim and the aquafit are part of their lifestyle. And they've been doing this some people have been doing it for 20 years, that they swim every morning. And so to interrupt their schedule as well, as opposed to the free swim, public swim on Sundays, I just wonder, because we have these people who are committed to using our pool on a daily basis, 5 days a week.
But the argument could be made that you're changing the schedule, people go swimming every Sunday, and they will no longer be able to swim on that Sunday, whereas those people on the early mornings could come at 9 o'clock.
Some people swim before work.
Sure.
And it'd be pretty tough to get off work to go swimming.
I guess maybe my biggest concern here is making sure that we've got staff that aren't being burnt out and still have a pool that can be open 6 days a week. And while it's not ideal to have a pool closed one day, when we're stretched to the limit already with the ability of what our staff can do, it makes it pretty difficult to continue to ask them to make concessions or work overtime to fill the gaps that we can. Lifeguard positions. The fact that this is the first time it's coming back to us as a level of service change because we don't have the lifeguards to fill that pool is amazing all on its own. I've watched other communities shut down and alter hours or lower their level of service over the last 2 years. So I think we're pretty fortunate, and I'm appreciative of the staff that have stepped up to make sure that the pool was able to stay open 7 days a week. And while it was great, I certainly look at staff burnout as my priority and make sure that they're looked after. And as we increase, or hopefully increase our numbers and have some recruitment that happens, while not happy to close it 1 day a week, I'm again fortunate that we've got staff that are able to keep it open those 6 days a week. Councillor Nielsen.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. There has been a motion put on the floor.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we will need to hear from Councillor Aberley if she wants to speak to this motion before you can make an amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor. And through the chair to Sue, really quickly, are we allowed to, or not allowed, I know I can do anything, but well, not anything, sorry. Does it make sense at this point to amend this in that we're giving it a temporary, can I amend this now to just say basically give or take for a month? So we can look into options?
Through the chair to Councillor Eberly, I believe only the first motion has been made.
Yeah.
The suggestion was to maybe change the second motion.
Yes, what I'm saying is at this point, would me changing my motion to include, say, only give it a time limit here and not until the February in this motion?
Oh, and
does that
then
make
cancel,
sense?
Yeah, and then cancel the second one?
Yeah.
Yeah, either one works.
No, not cancel the second one.
Would the end of November in administration's opinion give you enough time, that's 6 weeks, to come back with some other options?
Through the
Or
chair
would
to
you
Council-
rather the end of the calendar year?
Yeah, no, through the chair to Councillor Aberley, that would give us enough time to come back with a potentially revised schedule where we could look at decreasing somewhere else.
So I would like to make an amendment to my motion, please, to not end at 2022, but after that, say, well, maybe, I'm sorry, Karen. I move that City Council direct administration to temporarily reduce service levels at the Manluk Center by closing on Sundays beginning October 16, 2022, and to come back to council by, I think that is our November 26th. I don't know if we've listed it, but November 28th, is that a council meeting?
21.
28.
Okay, so, okay.
I know, it's hard, Karen, I apologize.
Is it necessary to do both together, or are you comfortable?
Personally, I'm not comfortable with, and I don't know, you guys can argue this to me, but personally, I'm not comfortable with saying, because it's been put to us till February in this motion. So in the first one, I would like to see something here in the next 6 weeks.
No, the first motion, sorry, Councillor Aberley, the first motion just says it's temporarily closed October 16th. The second motion would be to bring it back by the end of Q1. So if you wanted to separate into two motions, the temporary closures of Sundays beginning October 16th would be motion number one, and then motion number two would be that you direct administration to provide an update on this ongoing lifeguard recruitment and levels of service for the Manluk Center by our November 28th meeting, 2022.
So right now, Councillor Aberley, just point of order, we are only debating the one that's on the floor at the moment.
I understand that.
Okay.
I would like, and that sounded ruder than I meant it, I apologize. I want options to come back to me. I think that that's by the end of November. So do I just leave it out? Because I can remove my amendment.
I'm just typing it up on the screen.
Thank you.
And the second meeting in October, Councillor Aberley, is November 28th. Is that the one?
Yes, please.
So I'll read what's on the screen, and so that you can hear Councillor Aberley as well. So the amendment to the motion at the moment is that City Council directs administration to temporarily reduce service levels at the Manluk Center by closing on Sundays beginning October 16th, 2022, and for an update on the ongoing lifeguard recruitment and levels of service for the Manluk Center to be brought back to council by November 28th, 2022.
Does that cover your amendment, Councillor Aberley?
No, I apologize. I'm going to step back. Because I wasn't trying to put the second motion in. I was trying to say that I would like just the alternatives by the end of November. So they might be two separate motions, and I was misunderstanding. So I apologize.
So you're withdrawing your amendment?
Yes, please.
Councillor Nielsen.
So I'd like to amend the motion, because I think what Councillor Aberley and I are wrestling with.
Just make sure you're speaking into your mic.
That's all. I'm just not talking into it. Is I don't like the open-endedness of it, that we're going to close it on this date, and what are we saying to the public? That it may be open later, it may not be open, maybe next year, whatever. So I don't like the open-endedness of it. But I think there's been a number of questions posed this morning about, are there other alternatives for scheduling while concerned for our lifeguards? And so my amendment would be that The City Council directs administration to temporarily reduce service levels at the Manluk Center by closing on Sundays beginning October 16th, 2022, and bring forward operating options on operating plans, programs, I don't know what I'm looking for here, at the 28th meeting.
Alternate?
Options, so that maybe we have the lane swim open at 6 a.m., Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but we don't have it Tuesday, Thursday, maybe we do. I'm concerned about just dropping Sundays, and but I want to be respectful of the staff we have. I think it also gives administration time to examine the costs related to moving some of our temporary people onto permanent. And I suspect that could be done within the time frame as well, to say it's going to cost you X number of dollars to add 2 or 3 lifeguards to permanent status, which could extend some hours or make things easier for operation, which could then change Natasha's recommendations coming back to us. But it says to the public, we're going to revisit this again on November 28th. So this is not something that they have to necessarily be concerned about indefinitely.
Right. Let's just, sorry, through the chair, is that okay what's on the screen? And for the sake of Councillor Aberly, it says, and I just have the one section, it's to bring forward options on alternative operating options to programs on November 28th, 2022.
I guess my question would be to Sue, does that make sense, or is it not clear?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no, I think we understand what you want to hear back on the 28th. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha, and I am speaking to the amendment. Natasha, with Christmas holidays from university and other post-secondary institutions, will there be some of those temporary staff more available to work during that time, which is when kids are off school, which is a busy period of time as well? So have any of them, is there any indication that they may want to work during the Christmas break?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yeah, that's typically what we see during Christmas break, is our university students do come back for those, 2 to 3 weeks, just depending what else they have going on.
So if we were shut on Sundays till the end of October, it could change mid-December back to being open on Sundays, theoretically.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, that's correct. And then I guess just hoping that we have other staff in place for the new year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Karen, can you bring up that motion? I'm just wondering if we need to have something in there that talks about staffing, like the part-time to moving them to full-time as an option. Should that not be in there as well, or staffing?
See, that was the intent, and that's why I asked Sue.
But it's not there.
No, that's why I asked Sue if she understood what I was trying to get at.
Well,
yeah, okay. No,
and I think
specificity.
that we've made that mistake many times, is that it's not written. It's for interpretation as opposed to.
Could you just put in, bring forward alternative operating and staffing options?
There you go.
Friendly amendment?
There's no friendly.
I'm not allowed to do, we aren't friends in here when it comes to amendments, I guess.
Does administration want some time to work through this and let us know what it is you need from us?
Through the chair to council, I think the addition of staffing is fine. I just didn't want to limit it to that because we'll be bringing forward a bunch of different options to consider. So if you just say including operating options, including staffing, it's fine. I just didn't want to limit it to just staffing because we have other ideas.
As part of your amendment?
That was a friendly amendment.
There's no friendly amendment.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Can he make his own amendment?
He can. It's his
So
motion.
moved. Change.
I thought once he makes a motion, it's no longer his motion.
That's very true. That's very true.
So we go and take some lessons, and now we got carried away.
Just enough to be dangerous. Okay, to the amendment.
Will you read it for Councillor Natalie?
Has she got her hand up?
I don't know. No wind.
The amendment includes bringing alternative operating options for programming and staffing to the November 28th, 2022 meeting. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Back to the motion, original motion. Okay, we're looking at reducing service levels at the Manluk Center temporarily beginning Sunday, October 16th, and having a report back from administration to our November 28th meeting. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just ensuring that communication is done appropriately so that the public are aware of this. I don't think we want people showing up on Sunday and saying, "Oh, I didn't know this was shut down." So I think we need to try and get it out there as quickly as possible. Thank you.
You have a communication plan?
To the chair, yes. I've been speaking with our communications department, and they're aware that this is potentially happening. So.
Perfect. Thank you. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We are going to move to item 16, work through our new business before we go in camera. And we're also going to take a 7-minute break. back with us. Perfect. All right. New business. Councillor Nielsen had the land use bylaw.
Yes.
Did he want?
I think there's a motion ahead of mine.
Is there?
Can I'd like to make a motion in regards to the land use bylaw.
Can we have you as 16C if we're adding to new business?
In discussion with the CAO, Dean's motion would precede mine.
Okay.
It's all in the same thing.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to direct administration to bring back a land use bylaw options related to trailers, modular homes, and mobile homes. My only question would be time frame. What's reasonable to administration to bring that back to us?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe in chatting with Andrew, we would need about 3 months. Anytime a land use bylaw comes forward, we have to do public engagement and then also allow for public hearings.
So, come on.
January 23rd meeting?
That's what I was looking at. By January 23rd, to be brought back by the January 23rd, 2023 meeting?
Can we have that the February 13th meeting? I think during our organizational meeting, we might have to look at that January 23rd meeting. Our CAO and myself will be in a court hearing.
Absolutely.
So February 13th, if that's okay? Depending on when, I just don't know when we would reschedule that meeting or if we are going to reschedule that meeting. Any discussion? Councillor Nelson.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So are you just looking at a review of the land use bylaw as it relates to the items you mentioned, or are we looking at updating the land use bylaw top to bottom? It's 13 years old.
I only spoke to those three things. Now, am I disagreeing with you that top to bottom is something that probably should be looked at? I'm not disagreeing with you, but my motion only speaks to this particular portions of it, and I don't know, administration would be able to tell if that's enough time to go through it all, and I wouldn't necessarily have an issue going through it all, but I'm only speaking to this.
So then through the chair to Sue, does it change the timeline if we were to broaden the review?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it does. We have a business case coming in to review the land use bylaw as part of the 2023 budget, and it's a significant cost and time. So my suggestion would be stick with this motion, and the rest will be coming at budget.
Until we see the business case. Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interim,
I have a
oh,
motion
okay.
forward after.
Thank you.
Can you pull that motion up, please? So administration to bring back a land use bylaw option related to trailers, modulars, and mobile homes by February 13th, 2023. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
I would like to bring a motion forward. I would like to move administration be directed to bring any discretionary requests for modular or mobile home placements into residential areas to council until the LUB is updated.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Do you have that already? Perfect. Any discussion? The motion is to direct administration to bring any discretionary request for modular or mobile home placements into residential areas to City Council until the land use bylaw is updated. Moved by Councillor Nielsen. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Did you have anything further, Councillor
That's it,
Nielsen?
thank you.
Okay. Councillor Aberley, your formal information request.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, I would like to make a motion for a formal information request regarding the keeping of chickens as domesticated pets, not as livestock, in our responsible pet ownership bylaw. I did text Karen with something that might have made more sense. Not text, but message.
So we don't need necessarily a motion for an
Okay.
FIR, but it'll be kept track in the minutes as well. So the FIR, because it's a request in council meeting, we'll have to bring this forward to the next council meeting.
Thank you.
So administration doesn't have direction right now to look into this,
We do, yes, because it's a formal information request.
but then council would need to vote on that to direct administration, no?
To the mayor and council, the way that the bylaw is written, the FIR comes back to the next council meeting, and at that point, there could be debate on what changes you want to see, and then administration would go away, make the required changes, do public consultation, and then report back to council.
So right now, all you're doing is bringing back the
Yes.
response. Okay. Good. Yeah.
To that end, does the FIR process create further work for administration that isn't necessarily supported by council? So for example, if I came forward with 5 or 6 FIRs that were pretty outlandish that I probably suspected I wasn't going to get much support from around the table and sent you to get all sorts of information only to come back and poo-pooed, given what we've talked about in terms of workloads and so forth, are we complicating the problem?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no, the FIR process is going to be quite simple, so we'll bring the bylaw back. We will highlight the previous concerns and the number of times this has been brought in front of council, and then we would wait for direction of council at that point. So we're not going to do a whole lot of work. We're just going to rehash what we've been told before, discussions we've had with council, and here's the bylaw.
So they're not bringing in a bylaw change?
No,
So-
I understand.
So then, yeah, so it's just bringing information back. And that's what I struggle with too, is that we've got access to the responsible pet ownership bylaw. Why then would that not be a direction from Councillor X to say, this is a change I'd like to see done in this bylaw? I would understand if it was a request for information on something we didn't have already. We have an existing bylaw right now on the responsible pet ownership, which doesn't allow chickens within the city of Wetaskiwin. So my hope would be that if a member of council wanted to make a change to that bylaw, they would then bring that. So it would be more of a notice of motion rather than a formal information request because the information's already there. The member of council can already access that information. Am I missing something? And so I don't think that council should be asking administration to bring back a bylaw that we have already in place. And if it was a member of council asking for information on why or why not chickens could or could not work within the city limits, then that would be the formal information request, and then that should be voted on by council. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Just to clarify, that is what you had just, the latter of what you just said is my intent.
Okay.
I am not privy to all of the discussions that have been had before, and I am interested in that before I make a formal motion to reopen the bylaw that we just accepted, if that makes sense. I need to understand better.
It does, but that should then be voted on by council, whether or not
right.
We're
Yep.
using staff time.
Agreed.
So, for clarification, are we doing a notice of motion, or are we doing a motion right now that council can vote on?
I would say it's a motion right now that council can vote on, requesting information. Because it goes outside of what our bylaws says. And procedurally, I just want to make sure that
All right. So, through the chair to council, the motion that we have is I move that City Council directs administration to bring back information regarding the keeping of chickens, not as livestock, but as domesticated pets, as requested by Councillor Aberley. I'm sorry.
on residential properties within the city limits, I guess. Does that cover your information request, Councillor Aberley?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Discussion, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, Karen, could you bring that motion back, please? Bring back information. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the ask is. Are you asking for a change in the bylaw or just what we've already discussed? Like, it's very general again. And I'm not sure exactly what the ask is. Like, what, I understand I don't understand. I'm not sure exactly what we're trying to accomplish here.
What is it that you're looking for, Councillor Aberley?
Yeah, I think that I am looking for information, and that's why I worded it that way, chickens as domesticated pets rather than livestock. And I know that there have been conversations before with council, but I did not know what they are. And so, or I was not present during those conversations. So I am not at this point wanting to pull the whole bylaw, but I would like to understand whether or not there is some way we can perhaps discuss this chicken question.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, would you be comfortable with, and Councillor Billingsley also, if we included to bring back previous information regarding the keeping of chickens? We have provided a report on this prior to this meeting.
I would be happy with that, yep.
Councillor Elliott?
Could I ask, thank you, Mr. Mayor, could I ask Karen to put that up again on the screen, please, the motion? So it's keeping chickens not as livestock, but as domesticated pets. In the past, we've had people with miniature pigs who wanted to have miniature pigs, which were pets. We've had people who had pigeons who wanted to keep them as well. So I'm wondering, are we going to piecemeal this, or are we going to look at all different animals as domesticated pets?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, speaking to the motion, right now we're only looking at keeping of chickens not as livestock. Yeah, so for right now, if this motion is passed, we're sticking to just the chickens.
Councillor Billingsley?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Nielsen?
So if the question is to bring back a report that already exists, why would we need a FIR? Why could not a councillor just go in and say, hey, could you pull this file for me so I can be better informed?
I'm sure they
Like, I understand it if they've got to go do work, you know, and research and all those special things that MIN does, but if the report's already there and that's what we're asking for, cannot any of us go in at any point in time and say, hey, could you give me the report on where we're at with 55th Avenue if the report's already there?
Yep. When the motion was first made, it wasn't based on a previous report.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. We've probably spent more time debating this than it would have been to pull up. Councillor Aberle, if all you're looking for is the report that has already been presented to council, is that okay for right now? And then this isn't a motion needing to be made in council?
Sure.
Thank you.
So was the motion withdrawn?
So then,
I will withdraw my motion.
thank you.
Just as a follow-up, if I may.
Yep.
So then, just so I understand properly, if it does not have the information that I was looking for, then that's when I would do a formal information request?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through, I guess, to Sue. Sue, what happens in the interim when this individual has been given an order not to be having chickens on their residential property?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we will, I believe the team's already made this decision, but if they have not, I will talk to them about not pursuing further enforcement until council has an opportunity to look at this.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
So this individual will be allowed to keep that until we decide to talk about it? So if it never comes back in, I'm not sure if I follow that reasoning as to either the bylaw is in place. If we want to change it, then the person is allowed, that's fine, but I don't know if I agree with that thinking.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, if there's no motion made at the next meeting, we will inform the resident and then continue with enforcement as it is.
Does that cover you, Councillor Billingsley?
Sure.
Councillor Nielsen.
Well, I'm on the same wavelength, I guess. If we have a situation where we have a violation of a bylaw, we know we have a violation of a bylaw, why wouldn't we enforce it? What are we waiting for? Like you said, a motion. A motion to do what? To enforce a bylaw? Or a motion to bring back chickens as domestic pets, or, I guess I'm like you, I don't understand why we would not enforce an existing bylaw that we have in place.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, when issues come up in front of council, we tend to sit back and wait to see what's going to happen. So the question's been asked, we'll provide the information. If at the next meeting there is no motion to open up this bylaw, then we would let the resident know that and we would continue with enforcement.
Thank you.
Anything further? Looking for a motion to go in camera.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried, I'm assuming unanimously. Councillor Blatz is not online.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Proceed.
For a motion to come out of camera. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to break for lunch and reconvene at 1:40. And I need a date for touring the new emergency homeless shelter.
Do you mind muting?
Okay, we are reconvening, and I'm looking for a motion to go in camera, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Oh, so we got to move again? Jeez.
camera.
So moved.
Councillor Nielsen's going to be all over this meeting minutes.
Okay.
We have a couple of motions coming out of the in-camera session.
For the sake of our two councillors online, I'll put it on the screen for council, and then a member of council can read it out.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that City Council direct administration to explore alternative service delivery methods for item 1, as per the in-camera discussion on October the 11th, 2022, and report back to council by the end of Q1 2023.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And I will make a motion. I move that City Council directs administration to terminate the service agreement in regards to item number 3 as per the in-camera discussion on October 11th, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council directs administration to enter into an agreement for services in regards to item number 3 as per the in-camera discussion on October 11, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Carried unanimously.
I was going to try and be funny with this one, but I move the City Council directs administration to get legal advice on item number 5, as discussed in camera on October 11th, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Is there anything else? You're good? Meeting adjourned.
I was just going to say,